very low interest rates all the time.
But now, wouldn't you say we're in a very opposite situation where because of reshoring and tariffs and
Yeah, I
other
was gonna-
policies
I
that
was
are
gonna-
quite inflationary?
I would say this, those concerns are, right now, we have the policy rate in the mid fives, right? And we see the policy is restrictive, but clearly interest rates, the neutral interest rate must have moved up, at least in the short term. So I think that's the question we'll be asking ourselves in our review, which begins at the end of this year.
We
How
look
much
forward
of
to
what
that.
we did
Back to the chair.
how much of what we did in that time period is relevant to the new world where rates are pretty higher?
Someone from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome, Chair Powell. It's great seeing you. Last time I saw you, we had the gracious pleasure of you visiting with me in my office, and we discussed a great variety of things. Thank you for that visit. Now, Chair Powell, this year the Fed tested 31 banks, up from 23 last year. Is that correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
And by estimating losses, revenues, expenses, and capital level under hypothetical stress scenarios, we did that, correct?
Yes,
And all 31 banks remained above their minimum common equity tier, one capital requirement, after observing losses of nearly $685 billion. Is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I wanted to get those figures out and provide you with, you may have heard this, but I want to share with the nation because your vice chair, Barr, made this statement, and I wanted to put this in record. His exact quote from this great achievement. He said, "Our goal of our stress test is to help ensure that we have enough capital to absorb losses in a highly stressful scenario. And this test shows that we do." I thought that was a great statement of your record. Now, let me ask you my question. It's simple. Will the 2024 Fed stress test results have an impact on how prudential regulators roll out a new and updated capital proposal?
So the two are really two different things. There's the Basel III capital proposal, and then there's the stress tests. So, and really the Basel III, as I mentioned, we discussed, we're almost ready to put forward for further comment a revised proposal with material and broad changes to it. Stress tests are a different thing, and of course we realize we have to adapt those over time, be open to changes, and it has evolved significantly over time, but it's really a separate thing from the Basel III endgame.
Give us a little bit more information on Basel III, because I've worked with you with this. Our work goes all the way back to the Obama administration when we responded to that crisis with our banks. And you and I worked that up where we came up with the hardest hit program to help those who were suffering with, those states that were suffering with high unemployment and at the same time high home foreclosures. And we were successful. And we've established that program, and it's still going on and helping many of our states. But, I want to also share what is happening around the world as a result of our activities. The European Union is now set to delay key parts of its bank capital rules by more than a year, so that their lenders, will not be at a disadvantage. Over in Canada, it's important to know that their banking regulators have also delayed for another year. imposing high capital rules on countries' banks at the risk of making them uncompetitive. And the Swiss National Bank is highly unlikely now to adopt a proposed 15% capital requirement for UPS and other Swiss banks. And the Bank of England has issued a near final proposal to increase UK bank capital by 3-2%. I think this is all a measure of your great work.
Oh, God.
that,
I hear the
last year.
stroking going
And I
on here.
just wanted to let you have a
I don't want to hear this guy talk. I want to hear Powell
Sure,
talk.
so we're committed to finalizing this proposal. Our banks are gonna live with these rules for a long, long time. The main thing is to get it right. So we're doing, what we do in the end will be consistent with the Basel agreement, and it will also be consistent with what other comparable large jurisdictions are doing.
doing a great job. Keep up.
Oh, my God. Stroke,
Yes,
stroke.
gentleman
You're
from
doing a
Pennsylvania,
great
Mr.
job.
Busey, for 5 minutes.
Very much, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman
Always my
Powell.
opinion,
Also,
I pay
thank you
for it.
for continue to indicate that you will look at the entirety of the economy, the whole economy. Appreciate that. So one of the nation's largest banks recently warned in a memo, and it's also been voiced by smaller banks, that the current pace of regulation, such as changes to capital requirements, lowering debit card interchange caps, could lead to new fees associated with checking accounts.
Markets are not
and
moving.
Other increased costs for small businesses. This does come amid expiring tax provisions, sunsetting as we speak, that are critical for small business, such as the R&D tax credit and interest deductibility and bonus depreciation. This does raise the question, are you considering how these regulations and tax increases will directly work against your mandate to achieve 2% inflation? Moreover, with the proposed change to Basel III, it is crucial to ensure that all stakeholders have a voice in this process, which you are stating will occur. And Basel reproposal and adequate comment
Basel.
period are certainly very welcome. So Chairman Powell, yesterday in the Senate, you mentioned that the majority view of the board is to repropose Basel III comment period. Could you clarify if this means the proposal will be reproposed from scratch, and any other specifics you can provide?
Sure, so we haven't reached agreement on this. As I mentioned, we're working through this with our colleagues at the FDIC and the OCC. And I can't tell you exactly what the form would be. The sense of it would be, though, that we're making material changes and that we would want the public to have a chance to look at those changes in the light of the way they play off against the quantitative impact survey. Should have a reasonable time to comment on those. In addition, we're focused on one big area, but there are institutions that have made comments all across the spectrum, and we're reading all of those carefully. We're not going to publish all of those. Some of those we could just make changes and move forward on. So it's going to be a very labor-intensive, time-consuming process. Writing these things up takes a long time, and we're going to get it right.
Good, that's great. Obviously, Canada recently postponed, as did the EU and UK, for international competition standpoint. Seems to make sense, so that's appreciated. Chairman, would you agree that excessive spending, increased taxes, limits on domestic energy production, in principle, are a cause for higher costs for business, contributes to inflation,
Absolutely.
and it as well tightens the
You
labor
know it
markets,
does. Why are you
kind of
asking
running
such a stupid
contrary
question?
to your two mandates?
You're asking me kind of a political question there. I don't want to criticize a platform of economic and fiscal
Exactly,
policies
that's what
that are
you'd be
not
doing.
really ours to decide.
Really, it's more of an economic question, but I appreciate your answer, sir. So when you mentioned recalibrate policy yesterday, the Senate hearing, was part of your thinking taking a more holistic view of economic conditions?
Yes, very much so.
Chairman, is there any
Got his
data
purple tie on today.
to support the so-called greedflation? The term greedflation somehow has caused inflation. Any data to support those comments?
We look at it that this inflation has been caused by a combination of very strong demand and constrained supply. So it was really a high-speed collision between an economy that was reopening. And by the way, there was inflation all over the world at the same time. So these are some common factors. But at the same time, you had tremendous demand, for example, for automobiles. You had constrained supply because there weren't enough semiconductors. Long story short, but so that to us is what this inflation is all about. And so we've observed, the sort of healing of the supply side at the same time. Restrictive monetary policies weighing on demand, and we've seen inflation coming down.
So there's no data that supports that gouging of consumers is part of inflation.
It's been very hard to track a connection with earnings.
Secretary Yellen mentioned that she didn't feel that there was grocery price shock and that sort of thing. Groceries and gasoline are the two driving problems for American families and certainly my constituents. Do you believe your policies are
Markets
helping
just-
to alleviate?
Nvidia's
In
up.
those two areas.
Everything else is flat.
So a lot of things affect, let's take energy first. The energy prices are generally set at the global level. We do have some effect on that.
Sorry, Chairman, I've run out of time. Thank you. I yield back.
Sorry, we can continue.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here. And in some ways, I want to follow up or at least respond to very civil, but reason why we need an independent central bank. Your response was, the question you raised would
Speak.
if I answered it, would be along some kind of a political avenue, and you didn't want to drive on that avenue. So I'm also very much concerned about a lot of the discussion. I've been on this committee
Boring.
for a while, so it comes up quite often. When the Federal Reserve was birthed around the turn of the century, I think, 1913, 1918, somewhere like that. Prior to the establishment of a central bank, was our country experiencing a lot of recessions
Depression.
because of no security? People felt no security, particularly the business community, because
You write down your
nobody was
questions
in
first.
control. This kind of thing. What went on just went on. That relative.
Yes, I think the lack of a central bank between 1836 and the founding of the Fed was a period of lots and lots of depressions, and a lot of it had to do with the crop cycle and banks not being able to handle the very large seasonal swings, and there was no central bank to provide liquidity. So that's really what gave rise to the founding of the Fed in the early part of the last century.
Do you think that it would be that it is dangerous to blend monetary policy and fiscal policy?
To blend them,
Yes.
so we try to keep them very separate, and we try not to express views on fiscal policy. That's for elected people who undergone elections and won and make those very difficult decisions. We have a really specific, narrow but important mandate that you've given us, and we try to stick to that. And so we take your policies as given, and then we conduct monetary policy with that.
I don't want to draw you into any kind of a political response, but and I have not read all of this Project 2025 document. I read some of it online a couple of nights ago. But even whether it comes out of a 2025 or a 3089, whatever, one of the things that
Speaking with your hands.
Reading this from this little document, the document argues that the Federal Reserve is the inflation problem. And eliminating the Federal Reserve, imposing economic policy on the Fed that does not come from
Come on.
within the
That's
Fed.
Powell's job. You want him to
so,
say he needs to be eliminated? That's ridiculous. Stupid
I'm
question.
wondering here, would you agree, with any of that?
Absolutely not.
Whether it came from me
Oh
or
my God.
Chairman McHenry or anybody else.
The job is to control
I'll
the
just say,
inflation.
first of all,
not
we're
causing it.
certainly fair game for any criticism people have. I think what we've learned and what we know is that having an independent central bank is really essential. If you want to have high and volatile inflation, then quickest road to that would be to undermine the independence of the central bank, the Fed in our case. But I frankly think that view is very widely held. I find up here on Capitol Hill in both political parties. So
Eliminating the Federal Reserve is best for promoting economic stability.
yes,
Thank you. That our chair, that our the ranking member was going to come and deal with the issue of housing. She always does.
This guy sounds so unsure of
Appreciate
himself.
the fact
He
that
can't
she's
answer the damn
obsessed with it.
question.
And I like that obsession. But I'm wondering, as we try to figure out how to deal with this issue.
Bye.
question.
I didn't finish it, but I sure yes. If you knew where I was going, please.
It's time to expire. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
Chair Powell, thank you very much for being here today. Based on some comments made today and yesterday, appears you've made quite a bit of progress on changes to the Basel III Endgame proposal.
Boy, that last guy was
And very close to agreeing on some of those, the substance of those changes. I know you won't get into specifics, you said that. I just don't know how deep you won't get into it, but I just want to confirm what you said to my colleague, Mr. Music. There will be, you're not reproposing some things, it's just going to be a partial reproposal.
That's what we're looking at doing, is major things that we've been working on. And there will be additional changes that will be made that won't be reproposed. That's what we're working on, rather than a full wide proposal.
So it's not a complete proposal, just partial. Can you get at least, can you tell me which components?
No, it's not until it's all agreed and ready to go and vetted. I'm reluctant to try to get into too many specifics, just because when you're doing these things, nothing is agreed until everything's agreed.
No, I understand. I'm not asking for what specifically your changes,
Yeah.
whether which. I want to say which.
I hope to be able to come
Okay.
to you with a really clear answer on that soon. I mean, I think we're
I understand.
ready to go at the Fed.
So that's my next question. So it's been said several times that you and many of your members of
Drop
the
the
board are at
interest
odds with your
rates.
counterparts at the FDIC and OCC over how to proceed with putting out a revised proposal for comment. So if the FDIC and the OCC are not yet on board with allowing for a new comment period, who is holding up this consensus? Is it Chair Bloomberg? Is it Director Chopra?
I don't want to say that we're at odds. I just want to say we're working through this issue together. And
Someone's got to be holding it up.
well, it's a discussion that we're having, and I think it's been constructive. I think we'll try to keep it that way.
So can you at least answer whether or not the 5-member FDIC board needs to sign off, or can you just go to the chair?
No, I think it's the board, and of course the comptroller is one person, but I think the FDIC can speak for themselves, but I do think their board would be the question.
One final question, a timeline question before I move on. You mentioned yesterday that reasonable prediction would be that Basel would not be finalized until the first quarter of 2025. Under this timeline, would it be safe to say that implementation would then not occur until at least the beginning of 2026?
Again, I can't be that specific. That's that. Someone asked me, does it sound like the first quarter of next year might be? And I said it might be. I mean, there's a range of times it would take. The thing is, as I mentioned, U.S. banks are going to be living with these rules for many years. So the point of it is to get it right, not to do it quickly. We want to get it right, listen to the comments, make sound decisions, move ahead in a way that it's gives us a sustainable set of rules, and we want to come back and fix all the mistakes in it.
I want to move on to another topic, long-term debt. You mentioned yesterday that you would most likely not move forward with other rules until people reach a place of understanding and acceptance of a revised Basel proposal. I hope that's the truth, as banks need to fully understand the implications of the Basel proposal before any action is taken. Finally, Chair Powell, I'd like to emphasize
the need for the Fed to conduct a comprehensive, data-driven, and most importantly, transparent assessment of the current liquidity framework. Very quickly, will you commit to conducting a public quantitative impact study, a full notice and comment rulemaking before imposing any new liquidity requirements?
It's the first part of that, the first part of your ask.
Will you commit to conducting a public quantitative impact study and a full notice and comment rulemaking before imposing any new?
On the liquidity thing, I'm not exactly sure what we're contemplating there. We certainly contemplate getting a full range of input from the public on that, because some of these are novel ideas, and we understand that.
All right, as the chairman said before, these impact studies are very important because to show what impact these rules will have. So I think that is very important that we have that, because we had a mucked up process with Basel 2.0, and I don't think we don't want to repeat that. And I have a little time left. I'm going to yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania Music, because I know he had another question.
I thank my colleague, Chairman Powell, just back to what we were talking about, the price instability of groceries and gasoline, where we do have somewhat of an affordability crisis has been termed. So would lowering rates in the near future be a pro-growth initiative perhaps? Is that something that's being considered that would actually drive investment and give a clearer picture for
Absolutely.
investment and perhaps help these two
But
categories?
not too quickly, or it'll
and
give us a
increase the
recession.
supply so as we-
Honestly, when we think about our near-term rate moves, we're thinking about a couple things. The first of which is we want to be more confident about inflation.
My apologies, Chairman, I went over.
Sorry.
Chairman, I yield back to my colleague.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for this hearing. Thank you very much. Chairman Powell, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. In fact, I was looking at
Stop
your
a little
history
thank
when
you
they
to
were-
have more time to
who
get shit done.
nominated you when you got it. All that. In fact, you had public service even prior to that time, right?
That's right.
But I thank you for your long public service to the nation. I think
Thank you.
you've been outstanding. I think we
Appreciate
all respect you deeply here. Pretty boring here today, to be frank.
Sorry?
You're pretty boring here, to be frank.
Thank you. That's a high compliment.
Yes, it is.
I said it was
Because
boring too, didn't I?
Sometimes when you're here, there's all sorts of cameras here watching your every step and all. And I think there's a reason for that, right? That's because the economy's doing all right. Am I
Oh
wrong
my
about
God.
that?
You know, take
Democrat.
a look at our economy. We're growing around 2%, it feels like. Inflation is down to 2.5%, 2.6%. Unemployment's at 4.1. These are good numbers.
If you want to get
I
used to
mean,
prices being so
I
high.
hear the parade of horribles on the other side, how the sky's falling. But I don't see the media here to attest to that. In fact, it's just the opposite. Did you read some of the headlines of the new government in Britain? Some of
Political.
headlines? Let me read one. It says, new British government inherits worst economic plight since World War II. In fact, there's a number of headlines like that saying that England's in trouble. I imagine if you were running
England.
their central bank, I bet you there'd be a whole bunch of media here beating you up to find out what the hell you're doing, what you aren't doing. And I think the reason for that, again, is I think government here has done a pretty darn good job. One of the things you said you
Wow.
didn't see coming was the pandemic. Right? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Right.
In fact, I was here and I heard the parade of horribles. We were going to have a recession, maybe a depression. In fact, the country's going to fall apart. Did it?
No, we went through a period of high inflation as the other countries did, and that's very
And
challenging.
in fact, isn't it the case that most of those countries had higher inflation than we did in Europe?
Over time, there were times when their inflation was higher. I think
Yeah, it was.
overall it was broadly comparable.
Yeah, in fact, I brought it up a number of times here because there was a whole bunch of those countries that had much higher inflation.
Europe was much harder hit with the energy issues coming out of the Ukraine war than we were.
Sure. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other issues to instability, that political instability, a whole bunch of other things, obviously. But I mean, it is interesting today that the parade of horribles that we hear doesn't seem to manifest itself with the media or the attention that you normally get, and that's good. I mean, I think it's a great thing. Now, I do want to ask a couple questions. I do have concerns, Basel III on housing. I think I've made those concerns known to your office, and I won't rehash them. But I do have issues that I want to talk to you about with regard to climate. Obviously, said you don't read too much of the news, you didn't hear about Project 25. I don't think that's what you meant to say, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think when the ranking member asked you if you had heard about it, I think you said no. I think you probably heard about it, but you haven't read it.
I've seen nothing more than headlines on it. I mean, I've voted zero.
Yeah, me too. I don't
Zero
read
energy to
Yeah, I don't read that wacky stuff myself either,
Wacky stuff.
but I certainly read the headlines. But the reason I ask about the headlines is that you obviously have seen what has happened in Texas. You've seen what has happened with climate change. And in fact, you've testified, I think, before that you believe in climate change. Is that correct? And so,
Sure.
what are we doing? We've taken a number of steps, I think, that have been very positive to make sure that we look at the risks of climate change. Could you go over some of those? Because that does concern me. I think that's a change that we also didn't see. Well, I saw it coming. I've been saying it for a long time, but a lot of people didn't believe.
So, if you're looking at financial regulators, you're looking at people who have a very, very limited role in climate, and that is just to look at the institutions that we supervise and make sure that they understand and can manage the risks that they're running. That we are not climate policymakers.
Right.
That
And I'm not
it
asking
has to be elected people to do that.
Right, but you have to take a look at the risks. I mean, look at the risks that the insurance companies are taking. And the banks, of course, are financing these homes, and now you can't get insurance on them. All of a sudden, you can't rebuild. I mean, these are risks banks are looking
So
at.
we don't regulate insurance companies.
So, right, but you regulate the banks.
Thanks.
And these banks have mortgages on those houses, do they not?
Well, in many cases, they're not writing mortgages anymore. So that's the result we're getting is that banks are saying,
Hello.
they see these risks. They do.
Of course.
Time's up. But thank you again. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
You got nothing established.
The gentle lady from California. Ms.
The little old lady
Ms.
from
Rittenhouse,
California,
5
Pasadena.
minutes.
Hee
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you for being with
you're
us
welcome.
today. Gosh, you're under a lot of pressure from all sides to divert from our monetary policy goals. And I commend you for your leadership and staying
Oh my
focused on the
God.
core missions
Stroke,
of the
stroke.
Fed, which are price stability and maximum employment. So thanks again for your leadership. And you have stated that it is the Fed's strong view that you will have to reopen the Basel III Endgame proposal for comment again. And I really urge FDIC and OCC moving forward.
If
with
you look at the
reopening
markets right now, you
comments,
can see they're at a
comment
standstill.
Period.
There's really very little movement right now.
Powell,
There are little
broad
moves going on,
support
but it's
in
very, very little.
abandonment
Nvidia is moving.
of
little.
any modified proposal
Nothing's
that
really
garners
happening.
mostly
Maybe
negative
individual
public
stocks.
public comment period for the modified proposal.
She's not a little old lady.
Would broad support mean abandonment of any modified proposal that garners mostly negative public comments in a public comment period for the modified proposal?
Broad support empirically would mean, good solid vote on the Fed board. I've tried not to be specific about what that means, but it also means broad support among the broader community of commenters on all sides. That's what I meant by broad support.
The Fed looks to enacting several changes to the proposal. I would also urge you not to overlook how the Basel and Endgame proposal would disproportionately impact FBOs and regional banks and U.S. domestic jobs because of the way the outside operational risk is weighted. So can we get your commitment to that?
Let me just say we're not going to get into specifics. We're well aware of those concerns. We've obviously carefully digested all of the comments. We've got all different sectors, and those are concerns that we're well aware of.
Thank you. Let's switch gear to another matter. You have spoken of the need of transparency. Are there any conversations at the Fed to have more transparency and better engagement and consistency with stress tests?
So we have increased transparency in the stress tests over time. And I would say, we do, if people want to write articles and make comments that are critical of the stress test, we're going to read those and we're going to think about that. We're open to improving it. We know that the stress test has to evolve over time. It's to remain relevant. I think transparency is one of those subjects where we're prepared to listen and think about ideas.
Definitely. I would like to see more stress test regime that is more transparent and adapted, identifying unforeseen risks. So we can achieve that by being more collaborative. So I'm also interested to hear
Thank
from
you for your opinion.
whether you and your fellow banking regulators have considered the cumulative impact of any new liquidity standards with the Basel III framework and the existing post-crisis liquidity requirements. So what industry engagement has the board staff held with respect to changes to the liquidity framework?
We haven't actually made any proposals on it yet. We have had significant industry interaction on the proposals, and we will move, I think, at some time this year.
What about the board staff? Have they conducted any industry-wide data collection to study the necessity for the impact of any changes to the existing liquidity framework?
I think we've done a lot of investigation on that front, but I think that
That's
it's the
the-
beginning of the process, not the end. We haven't published proposals yet. We're working. It's a pretty early stage.
Thank you. Let me quickly talk about the inflation issue. We had a peak inflation rate of 9.1% in June 2022, and a lot has been talked about being a supply side issue and the demand shock from the opening economy. So can you elaborate how the expansion in the money supply and fiscal stimulus played a role in persistent inflation? Why is it so important to get to the 2% inflation rate goal right now?
So the inflation that rose here was a collision between very strong demand as the economy reopened. Remember that their fiscal transfers, we had rates very low. Those things were done because we thought we could be looking at a very, very bad economy. As it turns out, the economy reopened and spiked very high. People had saved a lot of money because they couldn't spend. So there was tremendous demand. There was constrained supply. What you got was inflation. You got that everywhere in the world. So what's happened to bring inflation down? We've made quite a lot of progress on inflation. To bring inflation down, Fed has been working on with restrictive policy on cooling demand. That has been working, and the supply side has been healing. The negative labor participation shock has essentially reversed, adjusted. So it's kind of working out as we had expected.
Ladies and
Very
gentlemen,
much.
the gentleman from Georgia, Mrs. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, and thank you, Chair Powell, for joining us today. As the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, Raphael Bostic has so rightly pointed out that combating economic inequality is a critical part of the Fed's dual mandate. When everyone in our community doesn't have the opportunity to contribute to their fullest potential, the economy is not firing on all cylinders. Nowhere is this more apparent than in my home city of Atlanta, which has more Black-owned businesses than any other city in the country, but is still among our nation's leaders in the racial wealth gap. I applaud you and your staff at the Federal Reserve for the work that you're doing to make sure that the economy works as well for the hardworking people of Georgia's Fighting Fifth District as it does for those in the top 1%. This includes helping to make sure that financial services are affordable and accessible to everyone. As the Fed moves forward with the proposed changes to Regulation 2, I know that protecting access to affordable and accessible banking is at the top of your mind. That is why I was concerned when I started receiving outreach about the unintentional effects that Reg 2 proposed rule would have on marginalized communities, including my constituents in Atlanta. Specifically, I heard about the impact that the reduction in interchange fees proposed by this rule could have on bank-owned certified accounts in my district and across the country. The Bank-Owned Initiative is a partnership between financial institutions and trusted community-based organizations to offer low or no-cost bank accounts to unbanked and underbanked individuals. Access and affordability are at the heart of the changes that you're proposing, and I couldn't agree more with those goals. But we have to make sure that programs designed to serve unbanked and underbanked individuals in marginalized communities continue to flourish. In response to these concerns, my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Lukemeyer, and I sent a bipartisan comment letter in March to you highlighting those very concerns and urging that the final rule not negatively impact low and moderate income communities. Chair Powell, how does the Fed take into account how regulations impact constituents who don't have an attorney or an interest group to submit a comment on their behalf?
Well, let me say first, we have heard those concerns that you raised and others have raised about aspects of the proposed rule. And, we very much understand the concerns that are being raised. In terms of people where we don't have comment letters, we try to be thoughtful about the impact of our regulations, but principally we're looking for public comment on things.
Thank you. The FDIC's most recent data shows that the rate of unbanked households is at an all-time low. The bank-owned initiative has certainly played an important role in this progress. Bank-owned certified accounts are available to more than 95% of low and moderate income households across all 50 states. Access to low or no-cost banking services is the door to financial inclusion and wealth generation for marginalized families. As written, Reg 2 can undo some of the enormous progress made in the past several years. Chair Powell, how can regulators work with members of this committee to ensure that future proposed rules do not hinder Americans' access to tools that enhance the Federal Reserve's financial inclusion efforts?
So we're very focused on things like bank owned that you pointed out, on access to the financial system for marginalized communities. So we wouldn't want to do anything to weigh on that. We were happy to work with you in your office on those issues. But we're just, so as I mentioned, we're hearing the comments and we're reading them, and we're taking those into account as we think about appropriate changes to the proposal.
We will definitely follow up on that, because as we're writing these regulations, I want to make sure that we're thinking about the real world impact and what it means to consumers when they're accessing financial institutions. I look forward to working with you to further the Fed's financial inclusion efforts. Like earlier this week, I sent you another bipartisan letter related to the Federal Reserve's April proposal to extend the operating hours of FedWire Fund service to 22 hours per day, 7 days per week, and every day of the year. That was news that I was eager to hear. This may sound like a small technical change, but it can have a big impact on our constituents, especially for those living in marginalized communities who live paycheck to paycheck. Growing up in the booming metropolis of Smith Station, Alabama, probably never heard of it, Chair Powell. But there are limited options for loans and short-term loans. In an area where everyone needs a car to get to work and they have to work to eat, when money is short, any delay in accessing a paycheck or paying a bill can disrupt your entire household. Extending operating hours for FedWire Fund service and National Settlement Service will allow people continual access to their funds outside of what we deem normal operating hours. And I hear the gavel. I'm out of time, but we will be following up for more conversation. Thank you.
The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, after a year with very high inflation that battered American paychecks, inflation rates have moderated some. However, inflation continues to linger above the 2% target rate set by the Federal Reserve. In fact, the PCE inflation index has remained above 2% for the last 3 years. The Federal Open Market Committee's statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy issued at the beginning of the year stated, and I quote, "The committee seeks to achieve inflation that averages 2% over time, and therefore judges that following periods when inflation has been running persistently below 2%, appropriate monetary policy will likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time," end quote. Chairman Powell, does the commitment to achieve a 2% average over time apply in the other direction as well? Meaning that if inflation remains above 2% for a protracted period, would the committee instead aim for inflation moderately below 2% for some time in order to achieve an inflation average of 2%?
No, it doesn't.
Is it fair to say that you would need to see the PCE index dip below 2% at least once in the coming months in order to contemplate a rate cut?
No, that's not fair to say. We've said that you don't want to wait until inflation gets all the way down to 2%, because inflation has a certain momentum. You wouldn't wait that long. If you waited that long, you probably waited too long, because inflation will be moving downward and will go well below 2%. We don't want.
What combination of factors would you need to see in order to support a rate cut this month or in September?
So I'm, once again, I'll say, I'm not sending any signals on any particular date of any meeting whatsoever on policy. I said that yesterday.
I'm
I'm
not-
not saying it again today, but I will answer your question. What we said is that we want to be more confident. We want to have greater confidence. That means more good inflation readings. That inflation is moving sustainably down 2%. Greater confidence that that is. Remember, we have a dual mandate too. We're not just an inflation targeting central bank. We also have an employment mandate. So I could also see us cutting, and we've said this, I've said this, if we saw unexpected weakening in the labor market. We do now see, I'll say speak for myself, I now see the risks to the two mandates as much closer to being balanced. I think for a long time, we've had to focus heavily on the inflation mandate, but I think now we're getting to the place where the labor market is getting pretty much in balance to where it needs to be. And, so we're looking at both sides.
I know that the media and others have continued to talk about the prospect of political interference with the Federal Reserve. With an election coming up, I know you are very aware of the heightened scrutiny awaiting the open market committee meetings in July and September. You use this opportunity to speak regarding the Federal Reserve's political independence going into this election.
Sure, I'd be glad to. So, our political independence is critical to our ability to do our jobs.
Exactly.
To sustain the faith of people across the political spectrum. It comes down to we make our decisions based on economic data, evolving outlook, balance of risks. We don't take into consideration any other factors, including political. We have a long history of doing that. I think the public believes we will do that. Any decision that we make, on rates, on any of our policy tools, it's going to be very well grounded in the data, and it will represent our best thinking about what is best for the American public in the near and medium term. And that's the promise that I will give and that all my colleagues will give. That means that we're not looking at things like election cycles. We're not looking at any of those things. We're looking at the data. What does it tell us is the right thing to do? Will we figure that out? I think it's time to move. We go ahead, but not until then.
Appreciate that. Finally, I'd like to raise concerns with housing costs. While shelter is one component of the broader PCE calculation, housing often makes up one of the largest, if not the largest, expense for many consumers. Inflation for housing remains persistently high. One of the characteristics of this economy is that consumer sentiment is remarkably low. Do you think high housing costs could be contributing to the persistently low consumer sentiment?
I think high prices generally. I think nobody really has super highly confident of their answer on this, but I do think it's the fact that while inflation has come down, prices are high. You know what I mean? And people are paying more for things, more for housing, more for the essentials of life, food, energy, and that to me is how I would.
And when Trump gets in, that'll change.
We say that
Because the price of fuel will
growing
come down.
inflation's come down.
The price of
That's
cost of
true.
moving that
Prices
stuff
have
across the
gone.
country
Chairman Powell, your answer to the testimony.
will come down.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Powell, the Fed has an inflation rate target of 2%. Are you waiting for both PCE inflation and CPI inflation to hold to 2%, or only one of those measures?
We look at different measures, but for a quarter of a century, the PCE inflation has been the Fed's goal. We've defined our goal in terms of that because we think it's the better measure of the costs and inflation that the public actually faces.
And you've said that you're willing to cut interest rates before reaching the 2% target. Is the decision to cut interest rates going to be driven by reaching a particular target en route to 2%, or is it driven by the overall trajectory of the inflation rate?
It's going to be driven by the totality of the data. There isn't a particular number that we have in mind that we have to get to. It's more look at all of the data, and the question we're asking ourselves is, are we sufficiently confident that inflation really is moving down toward 2%? So what's the underlying inflation rate? Looking through the volatility. We're also looking, though, as I mentioned, at the labor market, and we're asking ourselves, we have to take into account now maximum employment, that mandate. So we're looking at both of those decisions.
Are you confident that inflation rate is on a downward trajectory?
I do have some confidence of that. I think we've seen that over the past several years. The question is, are we sufficiently confident that it is moving sustainably down to 2%? And I'm not prepared to say that yet.
Chair Powell, you announced a reproposal of Basel III rather than a mere revision. Do you believe that the U.S. banking system is sufficiently capitalized in the absence of Basel III?
I've long been of the view that U.S. banks are well capitalized, and the level of capital in the U.S. banking system is about right.
So if the banking system is sufficiently capitalized in the absence of Basel III, what exactly is the need for Basel III?
First of all, there's no precise answer as to the appropriate level of capital. I think we've been part of developing Basel standards. They create international
reserve.
broad parity. It's important that we have that. It's important that we do something that is comparable to what the other large jurisdictions are doing, and it's consistent with Basel. And I think that's what our banks want. That's what we want. That will be best serving the public.
Do you agree we should conform without gold plating?
You know, some things we've gold plated, and some things we haven't. And but I think we should make. I think our end game proposal should be at the end to be consistent with the requirements of Basel and consistent with what the other large jurisdictions are doing.
Are you confident that there's no legal conflict between standardization recommended by Basel III and the regulatory tailoring mandated by Congress?
I think we can work through all that.
But if there were a conflict,
Basel doesn't impose any requirements on anyone. There's no enforceable.
It's on the banking
requirements.
system.
Every jurisdiction does what it's going to do. Basel doesn't bind anybody.
Banking system.
right, but the regulatory framework you're adopting would codify those recommendations.
Yes,
It would have the force of law.
yes, that's right.
And so if there were a conflict between the codified recommendations and an act of Congress, would you agree that an act of Congress would supersede these recommendations?
Sure.
Does the loss of Chevron deference have any implications for Basel?
You know, it's very early days to assess. There's several decisions that are about administrative law, and I think it's too early for us to say. I mean, ultimately, the question is, are the actions we're taking in compliance with the law? And that decision says that there will be a less deference or no deference, maybe, to the opinions of the agency, but that just means a court will be making, answering the same question, which is, are those actions consistent with the law?
The Fed has a target rate when it comes to inflation. Does the Fed have a target when it comes to quantitative tightening, when it comes to what should be the size of the Fed's balance sheet?
Well, we don't have a specific target, no.
Well, what would you consider to be a healthy size for the
You know,
Fed's
we
balance sheet?
define it, you know, not with numbers, but with words. And we want an ample reserves regime with a buffer, so that reserves are not scarce. And we think plentiful reserves, ample reserves is the right place to be. And we'll find that empirically.
Can you put a number on that?
No, can't really.
For 4 decades, we've had the best of both worlds, low unemployment and low inflation. Can the U.S. economy return to the golden age of low unemployment and low inflation, or are we doomed to live with a new normal of higher interest rates?
Well, I think we have low inflation. We've had a period here of very low, low unemployment.
We have high inflation, so can we have
We
the
do.
best of both
We
worlds?
certainly can, and that's the plan. Okay, we're going to return to 2% inflation. I'm reasonably confident. Some people argue that we're entering into a world of a lot of upward inflation shocks. That would be a challenging world, but that remains to be seen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Dunn is recognized for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. Your office has done a very diligent job working with the body on both sides of the aisle. I chalk some of that to the fact you've got some very good folks from Iowa on your staff there, helping keep the trains running on time. So that's excellent. I will note that, in Iowa, the average family has experienced, annual inflation of about $925 per month just in the last 3 years. I've got 6 kids. We're the #1 egg producing state in the country.
Wow.
But yet, eggs for each one of my kids goes up 40% this past year. And take that times 6. I'm no economist, but that adds up real quick.
That's a lot of eggs.
Reflective of a lot of families across the country right now. So, Mr. Chair, one of the things I'd like to talk about is what we are focused on and what your department's working on at the Fed. The U.S. Federal Reserve, in my opinion, should be more focused on folks like my hometown of Bondurant, Iowa, versus what's coming out of elected bureaucrats in Brussels, Belgium, for example. Which is one of the reasons I'm so grateful that you have talked about reopening Basel III for a conversation on what's the best interest of the American people. I applaud you and your team for this. While I would like to see Basel III candidly scrapped altogether, I think there are three things in this proposal that we've got to look at immediately. One, the impact of credit availability, especially to ensure that it won't be tighter credit conditions on small businesses back home in places like Iowa. The ability for farmers across the country to be able to hedge their grain, corn, soybean, livestock in a new Basel III conversation, and ultimately eliminate the downstream effects on American banks being held to higher standards and very clear in Basel III than what's being held in Europe. So with that, I want to readdress your team's attention to the letter I sent the bipartisan bank with Senator Jerry Moran, specifically emphasizing the negative impact of increased bank capital requirements on the economy, our constituents, and ultimately our ag producers across the country. So what I'll first say is, can you confirm that the next Basel III proposal as outlined will address concerns from our ag growers, including our farmers?
Let me just say that we're well aware of the concerns you're raising about hedging. And,
Hedging
I'm not gonna
inflation.
be specific about things, but we're quite aware of those concerns.
I certainly hope your team gets the opportunity to hear that, because it's one of the most painful things I've heard back in my home district. Would you agree that the end users' concerns could have been mitigated maybe at the front end of this if, Congress or say a farmer in my district had been included in those opening conversations?
In hindsight, perhaps that's right. But in any case, this is what the comment period is for.
Well, I'll note that 84% of the comments coming from this proposal concern entities outside of banks, as you know. A lot of those were from the ag industry, who felt that they had no voice in this and were a recipient of things that really harm their businesses. With that, I want to read quickly, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers was asked about Basel, and he said, quote, "We're going to need to prepare for consolidation in banking in the future, quite possibly some even further evolution of lending away from banks." Now, I'm going to note here that Iowa has over 250 community banks with assets under $7 billion. His commitment or his comments are a great concern on this consolidation. Do you share concerns about a consolidation amongst banks across America?
Well, I speak for myself. I realize that community banks are tremendously important in our communities, and it's not a better world when community banks go out of business. So at the same time, if there needs to be consolidation, I don't think we should be standing in the way of that. But we shouldn't. We don't want to be part of the reason why community banks are going out of business or being forced to merge because of, for example, high fixed costs because of regulation or other things.
Wow. Look
I
at
would-
the
I would
SPY,
agree
new
with
high
you.
a day.
We don't want to be the instigator.
New
for a
52-week
small bank
high.
to stop serving. As we look at Basel III, if it's finalized in early 2025, does that mean we will push implementation back to 2026?
I don't know exactly what it would be, but that's something like that is right. We'd have a typical phase-in process at the end of the quite a lot of work to do to get to a final rule. Then there'll be a phase-in process. I don't know exactly what the date will be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to know kind of a timeline for my folks. I mean, there's obviously 2026, or take my advice, scrap it all together and start over if we even need to do that. Let me ask very quickly, with Chevron overturned, is there anything the Fed is doing to identify areas where maybe we have over-regulated at the federal side and you're self-policing right now?
Under the Chevron decision, again, our view is we're very focused on obeying the law, reading the actual words of the law and interpreting it according to the words of the law. This is the way we approach things, and I'm not sure how much will change. But basically, a court will be doing it with a little bit less deference to the agency, but we think we're already interpreting the law pretty carefully. So, and again, these are brand new decisions. There are several of them. It's way early. We're just studying.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Thank you, Chair, and I hope you continue to self-police. Much appreciated.
Chevron decision. I put it out there for you.
Mr. Nickel, 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Chair Powell. I represent Republican leaning very purple districts of my constituents. sent me
Purple.
here to get things done.
Good.
It's been
He leans in
disappointing
the
that
middle.
We're on track for these in our nation's history. But this committee has done some good bipartisan work on digital assets market structure bill and stablecoins. It's a place where I have hoped that we're going to see some action in this Congress. I know you and I have privately spoken about stablecoins, and you know, your House bipartisan way working diligently to pass a bill to regulate payment stablecoins. This committee voted in favor of the legislation in a bipartisan way last year, and there have been numerous calls from this committee to you and to the Fed asking that you prioritize working with Congress to help push this legislation forward. We've enjoyed our conversations with staff as well. We commit to directing your staff to finalize and support passage of stablecoin legislation this year.
So we've been, really pleased to take part in this process and, very much appreciate being included in it. We'll stay with it. We think it's really important that we have stable points, and again, we'll be all in on working with you to get that done.
Thank you very much. Big issue for folks that I represent, housing, the rising cost of housing. It's my constituents especially hard in North Carolina. Breaking the Maxine Waters is
Bitch.
priority for our work.
Can't stand her.
Committee. In North Carolina, we've got
She should be shot.
343,000 households that spend half their monthly income on rent. The little money for other expenses like healthcare, transportation, and food. Access to safe and affordable housing is essential to the well-being of working families and individuals in North Carolina and around the country. Chair Powell, despite the strong economic trends you mentioned in your testimony, housing prices and median rents have increased by nearly 50 and 41% respectively since May. Continue to rise. In fact, housing costs continue to outpace modest wage gains. High interest rates continue to add to those costs. For example, high interest rates make it more expensive for home builders to finance new housing. High
That's for
interest rates
sure.
also
Cars
cause
too.
landlords to change higher rents, higher mortgage costs would be home buyers.
Leases on cars
Your
are
colleagues
crazy.
have said directly focused on bringing down inflation or goal, but have you considered that at this point, with housing cost increases being the primary driver of inflation, keeping interest rates high only supports stated goal?
So, a couple things are happening with housing. There, before the pandemic, there was, pretty serious housing shortage. And we can't do anything about that. Then the pandemic comes along, and we really think the best thing, the most important thing we can do for the housing market in the medium and longer term is to get inflation under control so that interest rates can come down, so that we can get back to a more normal interest rate. No one knows exactly where interest rates will go, but they'll be lower than they are now.
2-3%.
The housing market supply and demand will work their way out, and they'll have supply of housing. There's still going to be a housing shortage at the end of that, though. It's true that
Because the investors are bored of
policies work through interest-sensitive spending. Housing is maybe the most interest-sensitive form of spending. Buying houses on with a mortgage. We know that we have really significant effects in that market, and it's tough on.
Thank
people,
God
but
I don't have a
this is
mortgage.
the path to getting inflation down, which will bear fruit for many, many years.
Thanks so much. I don't think I'm going to be able to get in the next question. Wanted to give you this opportunity if you'd like it. I talked to you privately about this. It's a pretty good idea what you'll say. But if you would like to say that the economy is heading for a soft landing, you're welcome to say soft landing as much as you'd like right now.
I'll say, for some time, I've thought there is a path to getting back to full price stability without, while keeping the inflation, unemployment rate low. There is that path. We've been on it. We're very, very focused on staying on that path. I would say we're at a place now where the risks to the two mandates are much more imbalanced than they were. That means it's not just about getting inflation down. The job is not done on inflation. We have more work to do there, but at the same time, we need to be mindful of the labor market. So we have seen considerable softening in the labor market. We still have a strong labor market with low unemployment, by all means, but this is what we are very focused on continuing work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being here today. I appreciate that. I represent a working class in South Texas. In fact, my district is mostly Hispanic, one of the most Hispanic
Border
districts
town.
in the entire nation, over 80%. And my district is a rural community. So the topic today greatly affects my constituents and is something personal for me. That being said, the population that I represent is a population that the Federal Reserve research has shown disproportionately will be the hardest hit in inflation. That means that due to Biden's induced inflation is something not only the nation is feeling, but my constituents are feeling. They're feeling it at the grocery store, they're feeling it at the gas pump. Small businesses are feeling this.
Can you feel it?
And we know that cutting back on their spending, people who are living paycheck to paycheck, they still can't get away from these increasing costs at the grocery store or the gas station. So even small changes have a big impact in rural communities like mine. In fact, the Farm Bureau recently said that the cost of the 4th of July prices, the 4th of July celebration had high increases. The headline reads, record high 4th of July cookout costs, inflation hits the backyard. This report says that costs were up 5% from last year and up 30% from just a few years ago, all during the Biden administration time. Now, the Biden administration wants us to simply forget about the last 3 years and the pain.
And we
it
just
has
want to forget
caused
about the Biden.
families in my district. They don't understand why people are unhappy about their current economic situation. And quite frankly, it is angering and it's simply out of touch with the everyday American. It seems obvious that until we grapple with the runaway government spending, that unfortunately we are going to continue to have runaway inflation.
That's right.
Chairman Powell, can you explain to us how the excessive government spending not only increases the national debt, but also affects inflation as well?
Sure. So let me say, first of all, we completely understand that inflation hurts people, low and moderate income people directly and immediately in a way that it doesn't affect the middle class people because, they're paying more for the necessities of life when you don't have much of the financial safety net. The pain starts right away. We get that. And so it is for those people, among others, that we are doing everything we can to get inflation up. Stay at the job. In terms of the causes of inflation, the inflation that we're having is not that different from what other advanced economies around the world are having. It really results from pandemic comes along. Inflation is low. The pandemic comes along, shut down the economy, or they're sent checks to replace their income. They can't spend that money because they can't go to the movie theater or to a football game because everything is closed. So savings go up. So people are spending a lot.
Chair Powell, a minute left, so I yield my time back. I want to shift gears real quickly. I continue to believe that the federal banking agencies, including the Fed, should scrap the flawed Basel III Endgame proposal and start over. At this point, the last thing a first-time home buyer, a small business owner, and constituents, as you said, low-income people who are rural people, for example, in my community, the last thing they need is harder access to capital, which is exactly what that proposal does. The public knows it and doesn't want it either, with a whopping 97% of public comments being negative for this proposal. Chair Powell, don't you agree that with the overwhelming negative reception of this proposal, that it shows a lack of public support?
I do think that's fair to say.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service in such difficult times. We sign up to serve and we don't know what's going to come our way. When I think about what we've been through as a country, with the global pandemic, the economy in collapse, and what this Congress was able to do to infuse money to keep our small businesses afloat, critical services available, and making sure that we were in a position for the quickest, strongest recovery in the world. And while we have a lot to feel proud of, we recognize and have had many conversations throughout this committee about the pain points that people are continuing to feel with rising costs. And you touched on this. I really appreciate the discussion around housing in an earlier question, because this is the greatest inflationary costs, especially in Colorado, where we have seen significant home price increases. The lack of supply, people are unable to move because they would go to a much higher interest rate, and then people are unable to buy because they can't afford those mortgage payments. And so while you've talked about recognizing that lowering the interest rates will actually help with addressing the housing crisis, we still have a lack of housing supply. So can you talk a little bit more about what's happening, and that the lower interest rates are only a piece of this?
It's a longer term thing. A lot of it is it's harder to get lots and zoning and materials and workers, and in many metropolitan areas, the near end areas are all built up. If you look around Washington, I grew up near Washington D.C., and it was countryside, just a couple of miles outside the Beltway. There was no Beltway when I was, but ultimately, it's just we have not enough housing, and that was true before the pandemic. Certainly, it slowed down housing construction. I think we'll get back to a more normal economy with lower interest rates and those sorts of things, but we're still going to have,
Absolutely. When I think about the other pieces of the fallout from the global pandemic and the changes that we saw in our economy, was in commercial real estate. And I continue to read about regional bank failures and the risks that the commercial real estate poses in the long term for those assets being on the books for our banks. What is your insight on the risks that it poses for our financial stability, and what we should be thinking about here in Congress?
So the commercial real estate situation, which is, it's significantly downtown office and related retail and things like that. This is something the banks have been working their way through for the last couple of years. I think it'll take more time, more years to work all the way through it. We know from the stress tests and from our own work that the large banks, they're going to be okay here. Some of the regional banks and smaller banks have what you would expect, which is high concentrations in their local community of real estate. We are aware of those. The banks are aware of it. The supervisors have been around those banks, making sure they have capital, they have liquidity, they have a reasonably, not too optimistic assessment of how much capital they'll need, how big the losses will be. So I think we'll be working through this, and it's doesn't seem to be a systemic problem or one that threatens broader financial stability. It does threaten bank profitability and those sorts of things, but it'll be with us a while. We'll just keep working our way through it.
And the ability to continue to loan to small businesses because you're being locked up. You are not going to have enough time to answer this question, but my remaining outstanding question is around the recent Chevron ruling, and how you anticipate that impacting the Fed's ability to adjust to the needs of the country and ensure financial stability without being sued at every turn.
We're just looking at all these new decisions. So in its earliest stage, it's under the control of my general counsel. I don't want to cause him to strike me.
That's how I feel about my staff. I mean, not striking me.
No, but I mean, look, ultimately, we're already very careful at the Fed about keeping within the law. We're really committed to that value, and this ruling doesn't change that. I think we'll continue to be an institution that's strongly committed to the rule of law.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
And the lady yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald. Right.
Chairman, thanks for being here.
there has been a lot of talk about Basel III. Wanted to just change that subject a little bit. Long-term debt proposal, I think should be rewritten and reproposed as well. But at the very least, the rule needs to be tailored as law requires, so that regional banks aren't treated more harshly than the largest banks, of course. In particular, the requirement for regional banks to hold long-term debt at both the holding company and insured depository institution. That seems to be a burden, is what we're hearing, I think. I just wanted to mention that I would hope that there would be some flexibility for smaller regional banks to pre-position resources, because they're obviously there's some resources that are loss absorbing, I guess is the way you would consider them in the reproposal. Do you have any thoughts on kind of how this is playing out right now, or what this looks like?
Yeah, so on the long-term debt thing, we put it out for comment. We've received quite a few comments, and staff has been analyzing them. That's something we're well aware of the concerns that have been raised, and we're thinking carefully about how to move forward on that. The other one was repositioning that's more along the lines of the discount window liquidity requirements, I take it. So, right. So, we haven't made a proposal there yet. We're thinking carefully about that. I think we're trying to learn the right lessons from what happened last spring at Silicon Valley Bank and a couple other banks. And one of them just is the discount window worked, but we could certainly modernize it, make it more effective. And also we learned, that bank runs are moving just a whole lot faster, at least in that case. And that this even bank runs from 10, 15 years ago. That's what happened in Silicon Valley. So we need to bake that new learning into liquidity requirements in some way or other. Again, I made a proposal. When we do, of course, it'll go out, comment, and we'll very much want to learn from.
There's been a clear trend of banks stepping away from the mortgage market, kind of in the face of increased regulation. That's my interpretation, at least. Non-bank lenders have stepped in to kind of fill that void. Today, banks support the non-bank lenders and the broader housing finance system through the so-called warehouse lending for home mortgages. But I'm deeply concerned that some of the, as was mentioned by my colleagues earlier, that some of the Basel rules could harm both bank and non-bank lenders alike, kind of undermining the liquidity and kind of the raising costs of home buyers. So let me just ask, in regards to Basel III, the endgame proposal, could it make housing finance less stable, I guess, is the question.
That's certainly not the intention, and we're again well aware of the concerns that have been raised, and certainly paying careful attention to those.
Despite the smaller issuer exemption for the debit interchange fee cap, insurers with less than 10 billion of assets reportedly lost about 35% of inflation adjusted interchange revenue. Have you considered the impact that further reduction of debt interchange will have on small financial institutions with less than 10 billion of assets?
Yeah, so that's another one where we put out a proposal. We got a lot of comments, and we're carefully reviewing those. We're certainly aware of that specific concern that you raised.
As you may know, the latest Fed Y14 proposal, which is used to help collect data for Fed stress tests, asks banks for more detailed data on bank lending to non-banks. As a result, there's concern that the Fed may start trying to indirectly regulate non-banks and financial risk. Just talked to one this morning that's concerned about that. So given those concerns raised about the lack of transparency in its stress testing models, the potential unintended consequences, is the Fed planning to indirectly regulate non-bank financial institutions through these tests?
That's not the idea. The idea is we see intermediation growing very quickly in non-banks, and we don't regulate them. We don't have a secret plan to regulate them or anything like that. It is, but the question is, what risks are being kept inside the banking system, which we do regulate and supervise? And what are the relationships between these large non-banks, banks? And, we don't have a preconceived answer to that. We just want to understand what are those business relationships like. kind of risks does that mean the banks are running? That's all it is.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here this month, today. Once the Fed is reassured that inflation is under control, what does the path back to neutral interest rates look like?
We said that we wouldn't reduce rates until we were confident that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. I think the question of what is neutral is going to be an empirical question. I think it seems to me it's unlikely that we'll be going back to the very low interest rates of the pre-crisis period. But we'll know that we won't know that until we get there.
And the Fed's dual mandate comprises of price stability and maximum sustainable employment. As the Fed is thinking about inflation and the possibility of interest rate cuts, how are you balancing these priorities with the need to maximize employment?
So over the past couple of years, we've had a very strong labor market and inflation well above target, and that has led us to focus mainly on bringing down inflation. Over the course of 2 years, inflation has come down pretty significantly. There's more work to do there. We're not at our target. We need to keep on that job. At the same time, the labor market has cooled pretty significantly. And so I would say those two goals are now much closer to being in balance. That means from a policy standpoint, we need to be paying attention to both of them. Whereas for the last couple of years, really, we had to pay mostly attention to inflation.
Chairman Powell, I have told you that I will be asking for a status update on the Section 956 rulemaking at every future hearing. Since your last appearance in March, several of your fellow regulators have issued a proposed rule. Why did the Fed choose not to sign onto this proposal?
What we're doing is we're looking at the current state of affairs as it relates to incentive compensation. As you may know, we've had guidance in place now since 2010 for all banks, and we supervise pretty significantly around that. So it's a very different picture than the one that was there in 2010. So we're asking ourselves, what is the situation today, and how do we tailor a proposal to address the residual risk as opposed to what the situation in 2010 was?
Yes, in previous hearings, you said that you need to better understand the problem in order to write the rule. In a speech in June, SEC Commissioner Lizárraga said, and I quote, "It has been well documented that in the lead up to the financial crisis, trade structures often encourage big bets that maximize short-term profits but ignore bigger, longer-term risks that threaten to take down the entire financial system. Additionally, since your last appearance, several of your fellow regulators have moved forward with a proposed rule. Why have your fellow regulators and Commissioner Lizárraga been able to understand the scope of the problem and the Fed has not?"
I think the quote absolutely makes my point, which is, I think everyone agrees that incentive compensation practices before the global financial crisis were not in a good place. However, we published guidance on incentive compensation binding on all, well, not binding, but guidance for all banks in 2010. After putting it out for comment, a lot of thought went into that guidance, and now we supervise that guidance. And so the situation with incentive compensation now at banks is completely different than it was before the global financial crisis.
It's
completely different.
Well, the other regulators have been able to figure this out, and you haven't. But let me just say, this is not how congressional mandates work. Of all the rulemaking provisions in the Dodd-Frank, only 148 were mandatory. And of those, only 22 had a deadline of less than a year after enactment. Section 956 was one of them. And I hope that you come to the conclusion that it is your duty to issue the regulation. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Section 156 requires either a rule or guidance, by the way. It does not require a rule or guidance.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Fox, good to see you. Let's cover a lot of different areas of ground. According to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, since President Biden took office, the price of goods has continued to outpace family incomes, with prices increasing now 19.3%, while average weekly earnings have only increased 14.6%. So families have fallen behind with respect to their purchasing power, and they're able to go and acquire goods. What role has government spending played in creating this untenable economic crisis?
I'm sorry, I can't hear very well. The floor's open.
I'll repeat, that's fine.
No, I heard you.
Oh, okay.
So, what role is government spending is part of the story? So government spent, we had our rates really low. Pandemic happened and we closed the economy and then reopened it. I think you saw a burst of inflation, everywhere in the world. And certainly there were many contributors to that.
Do you think that the president in his budget calling for an increase in federal spending, up to upwards of 5% increase in federal spending across the board, do you think that's going to have further implications on stubborn inflation plaguing the pocketbooks of the American people?
Would be inappropriate for me to comment on the president's budget.
The only reason why I would ask Mr. Powell is because obviously the Federal Reserve is having to respond to various aspects of fiscal policy coming from Capitol Hill. Regardless of the president's budget, would it be appropriate in the current environment for federal spending to increase 5%, 10%, 15%?
Honestly, that's a question for elected representatives. We don't play a role in fiscal policy.
Fair enough. Is it the view of yourself and the Federal Reserve Board that fiscal policy does create impacts on the Fed's ability to manage monetary policy for the United States?
We take fiscal policy as a given. We're not commentators. We're not the Congressional Budget Office, the Office of Management Budget. Whatever fiscal policy happens up here, we decline all opportunities to be commentators on it. We take it as a given. That's because we didn't run for office. We don't have that job. We stick to our knitting. The fact that we're independent really depends on us sticking to what our assignment is, which is deal with things with the economy as it is.
I would argue that the fiscal policy of the United States has given you guys a lot more to deal with, and whatever the various burdens that come with it. Unfortunately, you have to tangle with it, but the American consumer is the one that truly has to deal with it. I'm going to move on. The monetary policy report cites a pickup in immigration as one of the major factors that has improved the supply of labor. However, labor force participation rate remains below pre-pandemic levels. What percentage of the increased foreign-born labor supply, to your knowledge, comes from illegal immigration?
What percentage of say it again, the question?
What percentage of foreign-born labor comes from illegal immigration?
All of foreign-born labor immigration.
No, illegal immigration.
Illegal. Sorry. I don't know the answer to that.
All right. Well, one of the things I think will be important to help, I guess, advise Congress on what to do going forward is if the Federal Reserve had some data to that regard to help us make further decisions into the future. Chairman Powell, let me ask you this one overarching question. Obviously, interest rates, if you compare it over the last 15 years of monetary policy, is at an elevated rate. Does the Fed anticipate any possibility of rates being lowered, whether it's 50 basis points, 100 basis points, at some point over the next year or two?
The question really is where are interest rates going to settle out when all of the effects of the pandemic are really gone? And no one knows. This is a great discussion to have. And I think my sense, and pretty commonly people think we probably won't go back to that era between global financial crisis and the pandemic, where rates were very, very low. Inflation was very low, and like extremely low. There were major European countries that had negative 10-year bond rates, negative. And that was not the case here, but I don't think we're going back to rates that are that low. We think that things like the neutral rate are driven by slow-moving forces, but ultimately, you can see the effect. We have our policy rate is over 5% now, and it feels like policy is restricting, but not, intensely restricting. So that suggests that the neutral rate of interest, at least as of now, will have risen somewhat, which means rates will be a little higher.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is recognized for 5 minutes.
If it's Josh's turn, it's Josh's turn.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, you have said that custody assets are off balance sheet, always have been, and you stand by that?
Or say that again?
You've said that, quote, custody assets are off balance sheet, always have been. Stand by that statement, sir?
I think as a general matter, yes.
The SEC's Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 affects a core banking activity, custody. The specific bulletin requires banks to put digital assets held in custody on their balance sheet, effectively keeping banks out of the market entirely. Have the Fed and the SEC had conversations about the impact of SAB 121, and want to get a sense of your thoughts on the policy, please?
So we, as you know, I think we don't comment on the SEC's policy. They don't comment on our policies either. So I know that I knew you were going to SAB 121 on that, but honestly, it's the SEC's business, not ours.
Thank you. Last month, you said that when evaluating inflation data, you consider whether wage growth is outpacing productivity. From 1979 to 2019, middle-class workers' productivity grew about 60%, while their wages grew by about 16%. You consider this historical gap when considering whether to hike rates on families obviously struggling to make ends meet?
We're looking at inflation and we're looking at maximum employment. Those are our goals. We don't really have the ability, we don't have a bunch of different tools for things like what you're talking about. So really, it's just those things. Of course, we're very well aware of long-run trends like that. You have to also include benefits, though, in that analysis, which does close that gap quite a bit. You just mentioned wages.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, yesterday, the Director of National Intelligence said that, quote, Iranian government actors have sought to opportunistically take advantage of ongoing protests regarding the war in Gaza. Quote, they have observed actors, quote, observed actors tied to Iran's government posing as activists online, seeking to encourage protests and even providing financial support to protesters, end quote. As a member of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, I'm equally concerned about our adversaries meddling in our financial system. Can I have your commitment, or if you can discuss the work, if you're working with other federal agencies to investigate and address foreign interference channeled through our financial institutions?
We do take part in many of those things, especially at the staff level. And as you know, there's a lot of focus on in the intelligence community, and it's very helpful to the banks, the commercial banks, and to us. We're certainly very focused on those issues. We've got a strong team. Of course, you're never able to sleep on cyber risk, but we just keep fighting it.
I would like to switch gears to the discount window, please. Chairman, we've heard that the discount window is behind the times in terms of its operations. We also continue to hear that efforts to modernize the discount window and encourage its use will be ineffective without reducing the associated stigma. The usability of the discount window is an important tool for banks that need liquidity. Just want to get a sense of efforts underway to make the discount window a more realistic option for banks that need liquidity.
So, a couple things. First, it is we need to modernize our infrastructure. The discount window in our system is not a primary source of credit. It's a source for banks that they can use under certain circumstances. So, but we know that the infrastructure is a little tired, and we're investing in that and making it more user friendly and all that. So that's a big project that's going on. Sorry, the second point was stigma. Stigma is, that's tough. That's a tough one. And, it amounts to, there are a lot of ways to get after that. We're studying all of them. In a sense, if you require banks to use discount window, then that can help with the stigma. This is a big ask, but when Congress required us to publish the names of discount window users, that didn't help. Doesn't help at all, because banks basically say we're not going to use discount window because people might see us as troubled, and that's not what we want. We want people to be able to freely use the discount window. So we've been focused on this issue for a long time. Have not made a lot of progress on it, but right now I think we're very focused on it.
Thank you, sir. I'll yield back. Thank you. Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, to the best of my knowledge, the last public meeting between you and President Biden occurred on May 31st, 2022. Does that sound accurate?
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. Have you had any private meetings with the president since that time?
No.
Any phone calls with the president?
I don't believe so.
Is there any reason why you've not met with or spoken to the president?
I meet with any president calls. You come and you meet, but that hasn't happened. So
in over 2 years, with inflation still nagging us, with cost out of control, President Biden has not asked to meet with you in over 2 years?
Meeting with him, yes, it's not a meeting. Of course, I don't seek meetings, so you have the data.
But to your knowledge, in the last 2 years, you've not spoken with or met with the president at all?
He shook his hand in a line once, but that wasn't a conversation. It was just, Mr. President, that was it. It was at a state dinner. I attended a state dinner a few months ago. Shook his hand. Evening, Mr. President. That was it.
Does that not strike you as odd that the president has not sought to meet with you?
Not at all. Not at all. We're an
Mr.
independent
Chairman.
agency, and
Chairman. Parliamentary inquiry, please, Mr. Chairman.
sorry, I
recognize-
want to answer your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a point of order under clause 4 of Rule 17 that the gentleman's words are disorderly and violate the rules of decorum and debate insofar as they are negatively reflecting upon the personality of the candidate for president of the United States.
The congressman is not engaged in any personality or any question anything about anyone at this point. I'm not sure where you're going, Congressman. Congressman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy to answer your question.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to.
Not at all
continue with
unusual.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, we have been admonished in this committee that we should not have words that negatively reflect on persons who are running for president. This would include Trump as well as the current president.
Didn't the ranking member do a whole opening monologue on your tribe about some
Would you
ridiculous
please
project?
rule my friend out of order, Mr. Chair, till you rule?
Mr. Lawler has not admonished or said anything negative about the president at all. I just listened to his comments. So I'm going to recognize the congressman again, Mr. Lawler from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, you were trying to answer my question.
So we're an independent agency. The administration has been very respectful of the Fed and not, wanting to try to influence some things like that. And I don't find it at all unusual. I've been at the Fed for my 13th year, and I think there can go by long periods of time. The Fed chair doesn't meet the president. That's totally fine.
Since you made mention of the independence of the Fed, and I know you pride yourself in that independence, do you acknowledge, or do members of the FOMC acknowledge, that a rate cut in September could be viewed as political just 30 to 60 days before an election?
So our undertaking is to make decisions when and as they need to be made based on the data, the incoming data, the evolving outlook, the balance of risks. And not in consideration of other factors, and that would include political factors. We'll make those decisions. We have a long history of doing that, including during election years. And that is the undertaking we'll make. Anything we do will be very well grounded. And, it's just not appropriate for us to get into the business of thinking about election cycles at all, one way or the other.
So inflation year over year from May 2024 to from May 2023 to May 2024 is up 3.3%. Overall inflation, energy inflation is up 3.7%. Food inflation up 2.1%. With inflation continuing to be a challenge, do you see a rate cut as a possibility at this moment?
I think you're quoting the CPI numbers, which are operating at an unusually high gap to the PCE. For 25 years, the Fed has focused on personal consumption expenditures inflation, PCE inflation. Usually the gap to CPI is only 25 or 30 basis points. It's more now. So the PCE numbers, current PCE numbers are 2.6% for headline, 2.6% for core. And we've articulated for a good long period our test for being willing to consider beginning to loosen policy. And that test is that we want to be more confident that inflation is moving on a path sustainably down to 2%, not at 2%. It's on a path sustainably to 2%. That's the test we've articulated. I have some confidence, as I said earlier, that we are on a downward path. I think if you look at the data, it's pretty clear that, but we have not said, though, that we have sufficient confidence, and that will be a decision that our committee.
I would just note, obviously, CPI, the price of goods, the price of purchasing a home, the price of a mortgage, cost of a mortgage, been astronomical. Westchester County, for instance, where I represent, the average mortgage cost is up $1,000 a month, over $12,000 a year. In the time I have remaining, quick question. In your meetings with the president, have you noticed any mental or cognitive decline? No. I yield back.
Point of order.
Time has expired. Gentlemen.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the gentleman just mentioned the president's cognitive capacity. I believe this to be a violation of the rules relationship to decorum. That this goes into a personality.
Gentleman's time had expired. You're recognized now for your 5 minutes.
My point of order is to be made immediately after the gentleman's statement, and that's what I'm doing.
I would remind members not to engage in personalities and comments about the president.
But Mr. Chairman, if I may, with my point of order, I demand that the gentleman's words be taken down insofar as they negatively reflect upon a candidate for president of the United States.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
I'll happily withdraw my words. So everybody understood.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman withdraws his comments.
I find
his
final, if I may, Mr. Chairman, his final comment was, although everybody understood them, in my opinion, that then brings us right back to where we were before he made his attempt to withdraw. He's willing to withdraw appropriately. I will not demand. Until he does so, I demand that his words be taken down.
The gentleman's time had expired.
Mr. Chairman, the time does not expire on the request that I made. The time didn't expire on that.
Let the record reflect, I withdraw my words.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is now recognized for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the chair for appearing today. I hope things are going well with you. I know that this is a difficult time for you. And quite frankly, you've been in a difficult time for a number of years. You proved to be quite resilient and quite effective at what you do. So I thank you for what you're doing. I do want to ask you about several things, and I hope that I'll get to them. But first, there was a post-failure lessons report for the failure of Silicon Valley and Signature Banks. I thought that report was pretty important. How important is that post-failure lessons report?
It's important. We wanted to learn the right lessons and make the right changes to both our rules, but also really to our supervisory practices more than anything else. And we're doing that.
And is this something that you believe to be important after each incident, such as what happened with Silicon and the other bank?
Yes, I think we all have a lot to be humble about, and we try to learn from events.
Thank you. Let me go on to the next question, which has to do with the banks that are small. Let's talk about those that are less than $5 billion in total assets. Yet they are subject to the special assessments, the FDIC. Once there is a systemic risk exception triggered, I'd like to see them exempt from that. Do you have any comments on it?
That's really that's either a statutory matter or it's a matter of the FDIC's practice. So it's not something the Fed has any input into.
Let's do this next, please. As time runs out, would you kindly finish your commentary? You were giving a comment on the pandemic and how the pandemic helped to generate this inflation, and you were stopped in the middle of your comment. So would you go back through that, please, so that the public at large can get a better understanding of what actually happened with the pandemic and inflation?
So I'd be glad to. And I think people are now, we have a few years to look back. I think the more years that pass, the clearer we can see what was happening. But I think if you look back now, you're seeing this, broadly what was happening was governments did a lot to support economic activity during the pandemic. And on the theory that, there could be really serious economic bad times ahead. Then the economy reopened, and it reopened very strongly. And I think in hindsight, you can see that there was just a lot of support for demand, from fiscal policy, from monetary policy, and that supply was constrained. You couldn't make cars. Supply chains were tangled up. There were shortages of so many things. So what happened was we got a burst of inflation. The United States got a big burst of inflation, really more from demand than others did. Then you have the war in Ukraine, which gave a big burst of inflation more to Europe than to us. So you wind up with a situation where it's got a lot of inflation. And my thinking at the time was it's going to take restrictive monetary policy. It's going to take time for the supply side and demand side distortions from the pandemic to unwind. 2023 was the year when that kind of happened. So supply chains were fixed, labor shortage was greatly alleviated, and employment remained very low. Inflation came down by a very large amount last year, while growth remained quite strong. So this was the year that kind of proved that thesis. Now we're in 2024, and it's a question of finishing the job on inflation, which we're committed to do, while also keeping a strong labor market, which we're also committed to doing. And that's a balance that we have to strike in our policy. But I think we know more now about where this came from, because we can see what made it go away. It was a combination of supply and demand, as we kind of expected.
Two of the most significant factors were the pandemic and the war with Ukraine. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also the fact that the pandemic summoned forth a great fiscal and monetary response, and that contributed to really strong activity and to inflation. Without question.
We're going to run out of time, but I have to ask it. But if not before that monetary response, I know that it's a counterfactual, but would we have possibly gone into a depression?
That's what we thought at the time, and I think mainstream economists were very concerned that we never literally shut the global economy down for a period and then tried to reopen it. We didn't know how long it would take or how well.
Gentleman's time has expired. We now go to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Powell, for testifying. Realize that my questioning here today, probably a lot of materials were covered, but never wrong with asking important questions a second or third time. You reiterated how members of the board would like to see a revised Oswald proposal put out for public comment. And you're working through the process with FDIC and OCC. From my perspective, the FDIC is in a period of uncertainty. Current chairman announcing he'll resign to restore confidence in his agency, and the replacement is awaiting Senate confirmation. And at the OCC, we have an acting comptroller who has not been yet confirmed by the Senate. At the very least, given expected broad revisions, the other agencies agreed that a re-proposal would be appropriate. So, Chairman, give me some indication what potential timeline around such a decision re-propose might look like.
It's pretty uncertain, but I'll give it a shot. And I'll say again, that these discussions we've been having with the other two agencies have been very constructive, and we very much want that to continue. We've got pretty good agreement on substance, and now it's about the process. So, baseline might be that we agree on a re-proposal of some kind that gives the public a chance to see these changes and react to them and write comment letters, and that could happen. We take us a while to write it up, put it out for 60 days. I think that couldn't happen probably until part of the way through the fall. Then there would be, let's say, 60 days of comment, and we get the comments. We'd have to evaluate the comments carefully about them. Having done that, we have to write up the final version. That would take some time. So that probably puts you, I guess it could put you well into next year. As I mentioned, these are rules that the banks are going to have to live with for a long time. And we need to get it right. It's not something we should be hurrying on. We need to take our time and get it right and make sure that we hear the comments. This is a very big piece of regulation. A lot of things will need to be changed. There are a lot of good things in there. I want to come out with a good
320.
Shift gears on the chairman. The 2024 stress test focused on commercial real estate risk, which is an area we've all been paying close attention to here on this committee. Do you agree that the results showed the financial system to be strong?
Yes, I do.
Folks back home are always very concerned about inflation, the period we've gone through lately, not just basic necessities that continue to explode, but cost of doing business and all those other issues. The fact is that inflation is still running above the Fed's 2% target. We've seen significant price increases in food and energy over recent years. As you and I discussed before, I started out as a young farmer in 1977 in that inflationary period, Carter years. Then when we went through Chairman Volker's rather, should we say, dramatic tightening of monetary policy. And I still remember paying 17% borrowed CalFeed money when I was a student in college. It was well collateralized, but that was a bargain, in fact, that the account was accessible. So I'm particularly sensitive, being a part of that generation. If inflation isn't effectively dealt with, it can spiral out of control. Could you expand for a little bit more about your approach in dealing with inflation in a way that doesn't repeat mistakes of the past? Just want to avoid the mistakes of the past.
So I think really one of the big lessons coming out of the high inflation of the 70s, which we both lived through, is that it really is on the central bank to be on the case and do the job and make sure that it is fully, well and truly done. And that really that is up to the central bank. And believe it or not, that wasn't fully accepted, or that wasn't necessarily the thinking. Also, the independence of central banks was much less respected back then. So all the more credit to Paul Volcker for having the courage to do it. So we now, that is an internalized lesson for people in central banking. these days. We do understand that. We are committed to bringing inflation sustainably down to 2%.
One last question in my remaining seconds. You and the leadership of the feds be there the day before the election this fall, and you'll be there the day after the election. Still be the same people carefully watching the feds' responsibilities, correct?
This is my fourth presidential election at the Fed, and I can tell you, we come to work the next day and do our jobs.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I'll go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Chairman.
Coming out of COVID, everyone said a soft landing was impossible and a recession was inevitable. I want to commend you and the administration. It looks like we've seen a soft landing. We've continued to have historically low unemployment rates and historically low unemployment rates for people of color. And in the last 18 months, we've seen a 4.7 point decline in the inflation rate as measured by the Consumer Price Index. Is that the greatest decline? I realize you may not have done the calculations, but I did the calculations. It's the greatest decline that we've seen in an 18-month period this century. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I hope that's true, and I'm glad you said it, because it's certainly a lot. I can't validate this statement.
I'm sure you have a fine staff that will do the calculation, and hopefully we'll see the press release. When Secretary Yellen was here yesterday, I addressed an issue that both you and her should be concerned with. I've always opposed Operation Choke Point, where for political reasons wouldn't provide or might not provide financial services. Florida and Tennessee have passed laws giving anybody who's denied a bank account or even a loan a way to claim that that was for political reasons. And it opens up the possibility that banks would be pressured by those laws to release their suspicious activity reports, which are, I understand, are supposed to be private. So I hope you'll work with the Secretary in making sure that the laws of Florida and Tennessee do not adversely affect our ability to deal with suspicious financial circumstances. You have a dual mandate. I think you have a third is implied, because the budget deficit poses a great risk to price stability and to employment, keeping unemployment low. And you don't deal with spending, you don't deal with taxation. But in two ways, you dramatically affect the budget deficit. Federal government is the biggest borrower in the history of the world. Interest rates affect the forthcoming budget deficit. And at times, you've turned over to the federal government up to $100 billion in profit. So I hope that you would consider whether your first two mandates imply that you at least have to look at how your policies affect the budget deficit. I hope that you will go with republication of Basel III. Insist on that. I know you're dealing with two other regulators on that. A recent assessment by PricewaterhouseCoopers showed that the original proposal would lead to higher borrowing costs for small and medium-sized businesses. And in every way, Basel III seemed to be slanted toward telling the banks, go and put your money on Wall Street, where you just are going to have interest rate risk. And don't loan your money to local Main Street businesses, because there's credit risk there. And in fact, if you had a fair system, you would mark to market all bonds, not just those that are quote, available for sale. I hope also that as you redo Basel III, you treat energy tax credits, green energy tax credits, the same way you currently deal with low-income housing tax credits, that you keep in mind the effect of the securities industry, particularly municipal bonds, that you don't unfairly to local business say that if it's a publicly traded company, it counts only 65%, and that you look at mortgage servicing rights as an asset, and that you fully account for the private mortgage insurance. I know you give some credit for that, but frankly, a 80% loan to value, a 90% loan to value that has private mortgage insurance pretty much expose the bank to the same risk.
I'll ask you one question about the debit cards. You're planning to provide only, I believe, a 0.3%, 3 cents additional charge for dealing with fraud prevention. Fraud is just skyrocketed. Would the Fed consider increasing the fraud prevention adjustment before finalizing its proposal?
And that's part of the comments that we've received on the interchange rule, and it's something that's a concern that we're aware of. I think that Gentleman yields back, and now the gentleman from Gray State of Missouri, Congressman Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly appreciate the thoughtful gentleman from California's remarks, some of the stuff, but kind of curious how Chairman Powell, he indicated you got a third implied duty here to actually work with the budget. I really thought that only Congress had the ability to impact the budget. We're the ones, not even the legislative, not the executive branch, not the judicial branch, legislative branch, it's the budget. Am I mistaken on that, Mr. Chairman?
I believe that is right.
I don't think you want our job on top of what you got. One of the things that's come across my desk in the last weeks here is some of the legislatures this last year around the country have started to pass banking laws that infringe on federal banking laws. Have you seen this? Are you aware of it? Do you have thoughts on it? Can you tell me what your thoughts would be?
Honestly, I have not seen that. It wouldn't necessarily come across my desk. Might come across Vice Chair Barr's desk.
Okay, well, I was just concerned because you handle lots of banking rules and regulations, and so we don't want to have state usurp the duties and responsibilities and the legal ability to.
These are preemption issues.
Yes, preemption issues, what it's all about.
Yeah, that's a big deal for the OCC issue.
Yeah, so I'm just curious if you'd run across any of that, have any tips. Okay. One of the things I just got done coming out of a committee hearing with small business a while ago, and there was a home builder individual or contractor. He was talking about the cost of regulations. You know, basically $1,000 increase in costs about 100,000 homes across the country not being able to be purchased because they're no longer affordable. And so it brings up the point with regards to the cost of regulations. You fall under the Administrative Procedures Act?
Yes.
So part of that act is to determine the cost of a regulation, correct? Or the cost of compliance?
I know the answer to that, but I know we follow carefully the EPA.
But I mean, to me, that's a really important point, standpoint of how you look at rules and regulations to ensure that the cost is not going to be more than the economic benefit of what you're doing. So I mean, this has to be part of your analysis.
Certainly, we try to make our rules as efficient as possible and as to get the job done.
One of the concerns we have is with, I think the gentleman talked about the credit card situation here in Reg II. And with regards to the Chevron doctrine basically being rescinded, how is that going to affect your rulemaking?
If you see, I posted what the Chevron doctrine is above. You can scroll back up.
Fees and stuff.
I want to see if I can get one more in. It's coming back down again. One more shot for hit a new high. I'm going to go in another put. A 5,600 put on the SPX. This time I'm going to hold it.
Institution, compliance with the law, very law-abiding group.
Have you guys heard enough? Have you heard enough of this for one day?
Seems to me that's what the
That'll be a question for the courts. I mean,
I think this probably goes to about 1 o'clock.
Congress's intent for that law.
Anybody?
We're asking.
More or stop?
What they're saying is
You heard enough?
less deference to
Somebody answer me.
again,
Or I'm turning you all off.
decisions were just passed now. I was actually out of the country
Come on.
last week when this was all happening. Had no time to be briefed on any of that, so I'd be kind of speculating.
One last question.
This is my last time I'm going to ask.
What keeps you up? What is your biggest?
What keeps you up at night?
regards to
My
your
wife.
responsibilities, in regards to the economy, in regards to the banking system. What is your biggest concern?
Okay.
For a long time, it's been cyber, and the reason is,
Yeah.
you know, we know about credit crises and things like that.
Listen to a little
Financial
more.
crises, but we haven't really had something where there's a successful cyber attack on a major financial
Not yet.
institution
It's
or-
coming.
or financial market utility. That's always been my answer. I would actually say now, number one thing that just does keep me awake at night is with the balance that I talked about before, which is we're at the critical time of inflation's coming down, the labor market is cooling. We want to get it right for the benefit of the American people. We want to get inflation down to 2%, but we want to keep a strong labor market too. Trying to make decisions that give that the best.
Okay,
chance
guys,
to happen.
I'm gonna
That
shut
is the
this off
thing.
because it's slowing me down,
Yeah.
and I want to make sure when I do this next trade that I'll be able to
do it.
do it.
You're trying to drive down the
So-
restriction by spending all this money to drive it up.
I'm gonna turn this one off. Damn,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have it on another computer too.
Gentlemen, back.
Damn.
Great state of Alabama.
All right, what do I got? I was hoping to get 320 back again. I want to see one more high.
That's when things are going well, as they currently are. It's all of our duties to look around the curve and see it.
330, 340. Come on. I want to see one more flip up.
Question. Now, over the last few years, there have been increasing interest in synthetic risk transfers, SRTs, or credit linked notes,
Right,
which
so
are
that's
often
not
used by
on.
U.S. banks to shift risk away from the banking
Okay.
system and as a means of managing regulatory capital. So I've been
He's
concerned
on.
by recent reports that the buyers of some of these SRTs may be investing in them using bank provided leverage, in which case the risk could just boomerang right back into the banking system. Frankly, when I read about this, it triggered my PTSD from the AIC situation with credit default swaps during the financial crisis. Now, I understand the Federal Reserve plays a role in approving SRTs. In fact, issued guidance to U.S. banks regarding their issuance last fall. Could you say a little bit about the ways that these investments could be a safe way for banks to offload risk and in what ways they could become a dangerous source of contagion?
Sure. So there could be a breakdown in a couple of places in the chain. As you're obviously aware. One is just that the risk isn't really well and fully transferred to the buyer. And that's the first step is that risk going away off the balance sheet in an unconditional kind of a way, in a way that the bank understands. And that's a good thing. Banks are able to do that. Then the question is it coming back through the back door with financing?
Oh, there it is. There it is. Going one more time. All right, I gotta get rid of this.
Look at them carefully. We understand ways some.
All right, I got it down low. Wow. May have a shot here. 310. I should have grabbed it, but I have a feeling it's going to jump one more time. Let's see if we get one more jump. At the rate the SPY's been moving, you have to think that traders would want to bring this to 560. Yet we're not close yet. Not yet. I just missed my shot. Oh, there it is again. There it is. Coming. Anybody else gonna go in there with me? Oh, that was low. I'm just gonna jump in and out. See if I can make another $50, $100. But I gotta wait. I think it's gonna jump. Look at it. Look at this right here. I think we're gonna see it one more time. When I get that new high today, boom. Take that chance and then just be patient. Here it comes. I don't know, I'm scared. I might just not.
My personal goal to another financial
Mhm.
crisis and what they do in my job. And also the small these are options.
It's low now. We're getting now. There it comes. Ready? Look at this. Look. I was right. It's gonna go for it. But how high? That's the thing. Wow. 280. We just came down $1. Come on. What's it gonna do? Anybody else with me? Is anybody else listening? If otherwise, I'm gonna shut this down. I'm not gonna get one person to say hello. I'm talking to myself. I'm eating my energy bar. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Okay, guys. No answer from the gallery. Then I'm going to close it up for lunch. I'll see you guys a little bit later then. All right? Take it easy. I didn't grab it. I was going to, and I should have. I would have made about $100.
No, I just was wondering.
Many different pieces. The answer is there are many, many different pieces of that.
I did not grab it yet. One more shot. I want to see if I go one more shot. And then, good put. I'm looking at a 5600 SPX put. I think, let's see, I might go to a 5605. Let's go to 05. I'm going to change it to an 05. That's perfect. 5605. That's good. It's right there, too. It's moving? Yeah, it's moving. 5350 was the low. It's at 360. Hold on. And the other one I'm going to bring to, let's go to 51. Let's see, 15. Yeah, that's perfect. 5615 on a call. All right, here we go. Here we go. One more shot. I don't want to go against the you remember the trend is your friend. And right now the trend is going up. So you want to wait. It's going to exhaust itself, I think, especially if he stops talking. But right now, what goes up has got to come down. What are we looking at for the market's up 177 points on the Dow, and the S&Ps are up 34. NVIDIA is the #1 stock today, and there's a few other little ones, but they're all doing pretty good except for Amazon. Oh, I missed it. I looked somewhere else every time I do that. Like, this is slowing me down. I got to get rid of this report. Get rid of this. I don't want to turn it off yet. I missed it. I could have got it as low as 345. Well, no, it's not that bad. I'm only 15 cents away, 20 cents now, 25 cents. I think it's got to go one more shot. I'm usually right. And it's early. Let's see. I was right so far. I should have held my other one. I got out too quick. I got nervous. And it went up finally. And then it came all the way down. So I could have got hurt. So I did the right thing. I'm still here. I know you can't see me, but I'm here.
Ensure that the technology and training systems they're using will improve and reduce the burden on our especially
45.
At the same time, the bill will strengthen the safety.
Going down a little. So badly want to do this. I do. I want to do a trade, and it's a good trade. You see? He's down 345. I changed. I like the other. The other was a good contract. The 5600, but it was too low in price. It made me a little nervous. These are today's contracts on SPX. There it goes one more time. I want to see it go down to a low on this contract. It's a 5605 SPX. If not, you should be looking at a 558 put on the SPY. Some of you don't have a big account. Want to hit one more shot. Come on. I'm ready on the button. I had to turn off that thing. Come on. I want to see it flash one time quick. We might get up to about 45, 50, and I think it'll come down. We'll see. Let's see. I'm waiting. It's going to be fast and hard. It's good to listen to some of this stuff. You know, there was nothing. Some of it had an effect on it going up and down. 40 years. Here we go, folks. Get ready. Get ready. There's 340, new low. That was the low. You want to go lower than that. My buy is 60, so I got 10 cents, 20 cents. I'm going the other way. I'm still here. I didn't take my lunch yet. What's going on in the other markets here? Who's around? I know AK's next gone. AK is if anybody here is not a member, please do me a favor and subscribe. I'm trying to reach that 800 mark, and nobody has subscribed to me in about a month. Get your ass out there and subscribe. I can't believe I missed this. 340, it's up to 380. I was expecting one more. It's not done yet. We're at the 13 exponential. So if you look at the 13 exponential, you'll see, okay, that's where it pulled back to. It looks like it's going to drop a little lower, and it did. There it goes. There it goes. That's okay. That's 558. That's still fine. There it is, back there to 559. I could have made money on it. See, I goofed. I should have gotten it 350. I get nervous. I do. I get nervous once in a while. If you can't leave your emotions out of it, you're going to lose. You've got to be very careful. You all got that? I can't get any of you to talk to me. Not one person could even say good morning, active. Can't stand that. You'll sit in here and you'll watch. You'll watch, but you won't talk to me. I must be muted. Or you can't hear me. Let's see. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, shows I'm on. I'm on. Here it comes back down again. One more shot up. Come on, come on. Anybody else in the trade? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, taking too long. Let me do a flash real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. 51, 2, 3. 53. Well, that wasn't bad. Whoa, wait a second. 2, 3, 4. Let's see. 4 seconds. Not bad. I'm not touching it. I'm going to leave it alone. 4 seconds from the time you hear me. Here we go. We're going to run up one more time. We want to see another higher day. About 35, 40, and then you want to hit that thing just as it hits it. If you can keep your eye on one place and your finger on the other, you could get it when it hits that higher day. You got to time it just right. Timing is everything. It really is. I mean, if you're having sex and you get that timing right, wow. What are you talking about? Politics, of course. The politics of making love. Just kidding. All right. I know you guys aren't listening to me anyway because not one person answered me. I'd rather play with my cat. Hey, baby girl. I love you so much. Yes, I do. I love you. You're my girl. She's so good. She's such a good, she's you're good. I love you. I'll give you a treat in a little bit. All right, what do we got? I'm still waiting. I don't want to be in the middle. Okay, 3. So what do we got here? 25. I got a pointer. Hold on, what do we got here? We got 25. So that means 25 is 50. 25 is 65. All right, let's see what we got. 65. There you go. 65. This should give us the 60 cents. Boom. All right. It's not going where I want it yet. Not going. I don't want to do a call. Even though it's going to go up a little, I'd rather do the put. Because what goes up, it's got to come back down eventually. You notice every day in the morning, it's been opening up higher every single day. I'll go in and do that swing trade. That'll be the day it comes down. Can anybody hear me? Can you hear me right now? Huh? Can you? Wake up. I wish somebody would wake up. Please wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Power hour. Stay active. I'm the active trader, and this is my world. And you came into my bedroom, into my world. Can somebody here please do me a favor? Can you go in the lobby and just, you don't have to leave this room now or any other room. Just go in the lobby and you just click the button and where it says, what's it called? It says join. You know, let me see. I'm going to see if we can find it. Mine says host. Yours will say, here it is. Here's 777. That's all right. It's an older number, but you see when mine says host, yours will say subscribe. And if it says subscribed with a D and it's in black, just leave it alone. All right. So go to the lobby. It opens up another lobby and just subscribe. Make me happy. Do something for me, please. I'm asking nicely. I want to get that number up to, I got 791. Can somebody make it 792 or 3 or 4? What do you think? Can you? What do we got here? 370. I'm waiting. It's going to, you know what? I don't think we're going to get it. What's going to happen, I'm going to miss it. We get a big drop. Is anybody here listening? What did you say? Turn off Powell? What time do they go till anyway? Where do they go to?
Yeah, they're putting, seeing them putting it on the Fannie and Freddie. Seeing Fannie and Freddie try to help the region. Risk doesn't matter.
All right, I'm going to turn this off right now. Just gonna, I can't, no, I'll leave it on. Just turn the volume off. Because I can't listen anymore. I've had enough. I don't know what time they're going till. And they go, I guess, till everybody speaks. I don't know. 380. We want to see one big climb here. Okay, I'm turning it off. That's gone. I got rid of it. Done. Gone. Take it or leave it. Don't matter. What if I listen to some music from Deck's room? Does he play music? Let's see. Hold on. Now, he's got those videos going. I hate when he does that. I mean, they're entertaining. I should, you know, because it takes away from us. People sit and watch that instead of coming in here. All right. I can't get one person to talk to me. So I might as well just take my lunch and I'll wait for my trade and I'll do it by myself. Because I'm not doing it with you guys. I'm not sharing. Here it comes. Get ready. I said I'm not sharing. Get ready. Are you ready? 360. 340 is the low on the contract. There it is. There it is. Didn't change it here. There's a new high. 559.24. We're on it right now. There's the fake out. It's got to keep going. It's got to keep going. Got to keep going. Come on. One big shot. I mean, it's very hard to go against the grain here. Look at this. Let's go look at here. And let's go into here. Let's hold on. Come on. Boom. Right there. Come on. There we go. There we go. Look at this. There it is. 340 on the contract. It's exactly where it was. It's going to be a pullback soon. Hold on. We've got 330 now as low on the contract. Let's edit this and let's make this 35 for right now. There it is, 35. I'm going to say 40. 40. Let's see if we can get up to 40 right there. 330, 340. It's so hard. You know that they want to see, oh shoot. I hate when I do that. 1, 2, 3. Boom, 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 boom. Come on. There's 36. There's 36. So what did I say? 40. Okay, that's good. 340. I'm at the low is 320 now. What do you think, guys? I hate to go against this trend. This trend is amazing. It really is. And the market is up. The market is up. Let's say we're up on Finviz now, 185, 186 points, 185, 160.50 on the Nasdaq, 35 on the S&Ps is high, and the Russell's even up $1.20. Amazon is not doing too good. I'll have to go buy something. Okay, let's go back. Nothing from the P gallery. Nobody here has anything to say for themselves. 36. Look at this. I can't do it. It's going up. Can't do it. I can't. And when it drops, it's going to drop hard. Okay. Where was the actual? I put in the Powell. I did put in before. Let's see. Can find it. Here we go. That's YouTube. Maybe this is it. Yeah. That looks like green. What's her name? Oh, that's Wagner. Okay. Sure. Mental impact. It's low. I mean, you can make some money right now. It's at 40. The low is 20. If you get in, you can make probably about 20 cents real quick. There it is. There's 30. So if you got in 40, it's still, you couldn't get any lower. I didn't see it go any lower for me anyway. 40. There's 50. So there's 50, 40. See, that contract just can't get it to, it's back to 20. It's at 30 to buy. Wow. What's this? What is this? 330. We get one more shot going up, I think. Okay, let's put it back to the contracts. There we go. The regular. 135.09. See, let's make this 10.1. 135.10 is 134.10. I'm gonna bring it a little closer, I think. 134.10. Let's go up 40 cents to 50. That's gonna make it now a 60 cents. Orders may start moving over to the core. See, the cure, shorting for the cure. But can we short? What do you call it right now? The SPY or SPX? Because I think the market's going to start to reverse really soon. I think we hit pretty high. That 36. You might see 45, 50. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't get this thing to move enough. There it is. What did they tell you? I told you it was going to go. Ooh, 310, 310. If I got that 310, what would have happened? 295. Look at that. I could have got a 295. It's at $3 for the contract. 295, 290. Still going up. 290. Woo. 290. That's the cheapest I could have bought it right there. 290 right now. Let's say hypothetically, what would have happened? 290. Let's say. See if we get a pullback. I got 41 in there. Let's move this to my favorite number, which was 45. Of course, Donald Trump was the 45th president. Wow, 295. It's a good thing I didn't get in before. I told you. That's why you got to wait. It's timing is everything. Everything. Come together right now over you. She come on flatfoot, she come moving up slowly. She's got, I love that song. I love the Beatles, man. I do. Okay. Can anybody hear me? Does anybody really care? Does anybody really know what time it is? You don't care. Let's see. Let's adjust the time. And let's sync it now. Time has been synced. This one goes off a little. All right. 280, 270. Look at it, still going. Wow, I told you, you can't go. I told you the magic number is 560. That is the magic number. Yeah, let's just put it in there. Let's duplicate it and go, let's trade it. 260. So we take this, we can edit, That's our target. Traders have a, what do they say? Target. And we're going to say it's going to be 560. Right? 560. Here. 560. On the right, let's do this and this. Look at this. Unbelievable. I should be going on a call. Should have been on a call all along. Let's change this to a 5620 on the call. 5620. 5620 call now is going to make it, come on, $3.75. That's good. 393 was the highest. There's a pullback. Ooh, still moving. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. 65. We're at the high. Oh my God, 240 on that contract. It's a good thing. Look at this thing. Wow. 75. We're right there. I told you. 360. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Pull back. I didn't bring you this far to drop you on your ass. 66. I don't know what to do. 225. I want to change this contract. Instead of the 5605, I'm now going to make it 56. Let's see. Get the prices to come up. 56. It's got to be 10. Here we go. 5610. Yeah, 5610 now. 340 is the low. We're at 370. Either that or go long. Which way? Will we hit that high? We get past that 75. We're home. Imagine, look what this thing's done today. What do we got? What do we got? What do we started here today? Right around here? We were at 556. Looks like so much more, but still $4 for the SPY is a lot. You have 70 as a high. I can't go against the trend. I can't bring myself to do it. The one shot that I got in and I did it, I should have stayed long enough to make my money, and I got scared. And it went, hit my number, what I wanted, about 50, 60 cents. Would have made a quick 250 bucks. And then it dropped all the way past where I bought it. So I think I did the right thing getting out. At least I didn't lose. It cost me $10 to get stupid for a second. Meta's running. Look at Meta. Meta's at 238, 538, 22. So we're going to move that up to 25. Let's say 538. Let's put 30. One less thing I got to do. 538.30. It's nice. 538.30 and 538 is 537. Let's put this at 20. So it's really 538.24. It's 25. That's good. That's good. And look at this, my 75. I mean, I've hit every place I said it was going to hit. We hit here. There's my 75. You know, I told you before it was going to hit 559. It's about right over here. Those were calls. What do we do? But right now, we're going to put this at, I said, 560. I didn't put a target in there? I thought I did. Let's see. I thought I had a duplicate in there before. Wow, that's weird. Resistance, target. And that's 560. There you go. There's your target. That's what that is. And this is, yeah. I thought I put it in there before. I guess I didn't. I did, or I probably didn't save it. 559.75 is 559.15. 559 and 15. There's your 60 cents right there. This is beautiful. And let's see, 320. Either way, I would have made 50 cents if I grabbed it before on the pullback. Now, will we, 427 high, will we go up one more time? That's the thing. I think it will. They still talking? Let's say. They still speaking? No, it's over. Finally. It's over. It's adjourned. Meeting has been adjourned. Committee adjourned. Through 21-28. We weren't invited. It was adjourned. Adjournal. Let's see. Adjourned. What do we got now? Okay. Let's keep this where we can keep an eye on it. Boom. Okay. View. We got 559. We're looking at 560 now. 560 and 559. And that's going to be, I got 5610 on mine. Oh, and yeah, oh, that's 15. 15? It's 20. I'm going to leave the 20, 50, 120. And then this one, I got 50, 110 on the put. That's it. That's all I'm really watching. So I just showed the changes for the SPY. All right, there's your pullback. It's going to move forward. What do I want to do? I don't know what to do. Take my 150 for the day and just walk away. Try to get one more. Everything else is pulling back on the top. Apple, AMD, Meta, 31.75. Perfect. Okay, what do I got? What do I got? I got 17 people in here. What, Jay, take a break? What are we going to do? Go forward? What do you think? Go long. I think we got to hit that. How many people here think that we're going to hit that 560 in the SPY? Come on. Anybody? Anybody here? Hello? People are mean. You're just mean. I can't take anymore. Nobody talks to me. What do we got here? KZIA is up 51 cents today. NAAS is up 18. There was a pullback. Look at that. I should have been in the put. Okay, LGVN, NVIDIA, everything is up. AMD, Tesla, SPY. What do we got on the SPY? 356. We were up a lot more. Back down to 35. Wow. Look at that drop. I missed my note. I missed my key. I missed it. I can't believe it. I told you everything was pulling back. Let me kiss the cat. Okay. Let me just get her a treat. You said. Those are fresh. All right, look at that. It's going to come back up. What do you think, folks? Anybody? Fake out. Ah, missed it. I missed it. That was a nice one too. Oh, unbelievable. That was my 20 cents. Mm. I missed it. Angle. Missed it. I missed it. I don't want to chase it. There it goes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I didn't go after it. I called it and didn't go after it. Unreal. Unreal. Figures. Okay, guys, I had enough. I had enough. I'll see you guys after lunch. I hear you knocking at my door.